microphone is on. Welcome everyone. Glad to have you all here. And Dr. Fox has entered the building. You are right, Piggy. He's entered, and you shouldn't have fluffed up that pillow. Now I'm looking at it going, I want to sleep. Oh, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching VolcanoX, a live stream. And nice to have you all here. It is a Sunday, February the 5th of 2023. Piggy lays head on pillow. Now you're making me jealous. Anyway, yep, Fox, live Fox. There we go. It is indeed a live Fox. And I'm surprised you put that lightning bolt there, because I was out fixing an electrical outlet this morning for my friend Sandy. And it's a good thing I fixed it, because when I got there and I was looking at it, I'm going, oh, it's still sitting here arcing. And that wasn't a good thing. Very, very small little arc, but that would have been costing her some power. Anyway, I got it all fixed and all happy. I didn't zap myself, so I'm all good. And she's lucky she didn't burn the house down. Oh, anyway, glad to have you all on board. First people in today. Tom and Pepper made it in. Well, I guess Pepper is not a people, but Pepper is almost like one. Knows what Pepper wants to do, and there it is. There's some bones for Tom and some cookies for Pepper. I mean, the other way around. Oh, dyslexia. It is one of those things. And yep, yesterday I embarrassed myself. I had to apologize for I thought Etna was throwing out some lava from the top vent, but it didn't happen. So that's what happens when you're tired and you don't realize what you're looking at sometimes. Anyway, glad to have you all here, and we'll go through names real quick and say hi to everyone. We'll start out with Grandma B and Florida 360 and Peter Greenleys, and Tom Dice and Pepper, of course. Kevin Haynes is back on board. Grandma B, oh, we got you already. Sarah Miles. Lizoid is here. Sue Hayes, welcome. Glad to have you on board. I got your 4 emails there. Awesome. Henry Nelson also here, and scrolling up looking for some more wonderful people. Sarah Miles, welcome. And Grenzed, Kia Ora, and glad to have you on board. And another one, Amelia, Kia Ora to you as well. And Teresa, aloha from over there in Hawaii. Good to have you on board. King Colin Deadman, welcome. And let's see, who else we got? Going up the list here a little bit. And Layla, welcome back. Glad to have you on board. And looking to see who else we have that snuck in here. And we got King Colin, we got Layla, okay, Sarah Miles we got. Scrolling up quicker, looking for more wonderful names. And a lot of chatting going on, which is absolutely fantastic. That it's that's what it's all about in the chat box. So good to have that. Bo is back. Welcome, Bo. Glad to have you on board. And let's see who else we can find. And who do we have? Gaines is back. Welcome. Let's see. Got to be some more people in here. I'm sure there's more. Adele 51 is on board. Welcome, Adele. And still scrolling up to see Ken Wilson also made it in. Good to have you here. And Philomena, welcome. Good to have you here. And I'm up as far as I can go. I don't see any more up at the top. I'm sure I will see others popping in, like Russell Brainerd, and welcome. And did I miss anyone on the bottom here? Ooh, chocolates. Who's handing out the chocolate bars? Teresa, I want chocolate. Let's see, did we get everybody? I'm just checking on the bottom here. Didn't see any others for right now. Also, big welcome to our moderators, of course. Arizona Snowman, Piggy, and C&D Boy, and possibly Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow and Joseph Fields, Texas. All of which may be hiding in the background or busy. But I do see Piggy is here, and I see a C&D Boy is here, so that is awesome. And I'm sure Arizona Snowman is hiding in the back there somewhere. We'll have to try to coax him out later with a Twinkie or two, and see if we can get him to bite. Get it? Oh, never mind. Bad humor. That's what happens when you're tired. Thistle, when you spoke. Oh, okay. Let's have a look at that. See what a thistle looks like when I spoke. Oh, no, that wasn't. Oh. Okay, yeah, I'm going to save that one. We'll show you that in a second here. It is actually kind of cute. Got to keep my numbering going here. Hi, Thistle. Good puppy, Thistle. Thistle, I met a new dog today. It was cute too. It looked like you. And the dog was called Chica. And it was a very nice dog. It was Sandy's dog. Anyway, let's see if I can bring that up just to share that with you guys real quick. It's kind of a cool look. So where is the Thistle? We've got so many Thistle pictures in here, it's hard to tell which one's what. Oh, here, this one. All right, so Thistle reacts when I speak. Hi, Thistle. I hope that is all cool. Anyway, that's Thistle. It's okay. We like having a little bit of fun. And Thistle looks cute. Definitely. And I love those ears and the look. It's just one of those things. So, Mon DJ, welcome. And considering that there are many active volcanoes that have already exploded, what are the effects of the planet's magnetic fields? Greetings. And all right, welcome first off. Glad to have you on there, Mon DJ. The effects of the magnetic fields with the explosion or eruptions of volcanoes is minimal. I don't think it's going to affect them too much. There's a few things that you have to consider. One is what is coming out of that specific volcano. You know, if it is higher in iron content, it may have a little bit of an effect on an area, localized. But as far as others, I don't think it's not going to be any kind of a detrimental effect within the magnetic field of the planet. So I would rest at ease and not worry so much. Also want to say hi to D. Anderson. Welcome on board. Adorable. Okay, cool. Yeah, so yeah, you don't need to panic too much about the magnetic field, and I think we're pretty safe there. But you know, like it will have more of an effect if it was higher in iron content. You may see, you know, the magnetic field either increasing, decreasing in an area. But without being there, without actually testing at the time, it's going to be pretty tough to say what goes on. And I haven't seen too many tests showing the adverse effects. We do know that you know, certain volcanoes will, once they start, that magma starts to solidify, the magnetic lines within the rock that it creates are sometimes polarized. Other times they're a total mess, just like normal. So it's kind of a up in the air thing in that sense. And I don't know. We'd have to do a bunch more research to really point fingers and at specific conclusions. So let's leave it up in the air for right now. And anyway, Kilauea here, or Halemaumau crater. Oh boy, I'm tired and hard to say that word. Pretending I am a tortoise, a camouflage. Uh-oh. Pepsi Fun, Grandma B. That is very nice of you. Thank you for that awesome super chat, Grandma B. And throwing in a $5 super chat for a Pepsi Fund. That is a very, very cool. I appreciate that, Grandma B, and thank you kindly for that wonderful support with the Pepsi. I'll need more of it to try to keep me awake. It does have caffeine in it, so it'll help maybe. But hang on, I drink coffee in the morning, and I can go right back to sleep again. So maybe that won't help any. Ha. Okay. Anyway, that's all right. Since we're looking at this, let's investigate this a little bit more. I did make a small time lapse from today. I'm trying to find my, there it is, VolcanoX logo thing. So from earlier this morning, let's have a quick look at that. We know that it appears that it is an increased output from our vents there in that lava pond. And at least it appeared that way this morning, and it was doing a fairly good job. So no, I didn't record this for specific outputs or anything like that. Just wanted to throw that up there and kind of give people an idea of what it was looking like, but also speed it up a little bit so we can see the end result and see some of those outflows and things. So darts around so Dr. Fox can't fall asleep. Piggy, hold still, I'm trying to see you. Anyway, we sometimes see the fountain there shooting up to some higher or larger heights, if you will. And I thought it was kind of neat looking. And, you know, we're getting up in some of the times there, probably 15, 20, 25 feet at the highest points. And that is pretty cool to be able to see that. You can't see me, I am a speedy tortoise. Oh, hang on, I'll get my rabbits involved here. Oh, hang on, they're sleeping. Never mind. They're having a nap while you go zipping by. Yeah, so it did look pretty awesome, though, to see the higher output rate. And I was kind of wondering, saying, okay, well, where's all this lava going, you guys? And it's got to be going somewhere. So we'll take a look at some of the thermal images, well, the thermal image as well as some of the other ones, and just to kind of get an idea. And of course, this was from this morning, so it gives you a little bit more of a multicolor facet here as it goes through the filtering of the camera. There we go. And I thought that was kind of neat to see that. I didn't post this particular time lapse, but I thought, we'll save it for the show, let you guys be able to go take a look at it real quick and enjoy it anyway. But let's go turn that one back off, and we will take a look at some of the other pictures here, if I can, and we'll click this maybe. Is that going to work? Yeah, and so this one, of course, 409. Oh, sneezing, hang on. Only one sneeze. Anyway, that is okay there. Again, we see some of that spatter or splatter coming up fairly high out of that shot when we see that. And, of course, a lot of the lovely lava flows there. And looking at this one, this tells us a whole bunch of things. So there's your 25-acre plus pond. There's a little guy who's definitely got lava on it or in it. And then, of course, we see this other one over here on the, that would be, okay, this would be east, that would be south over here, so that would be a kind of, I guess, the northeast side of the caldera. And remember what I was saying, that is quite low over here, so for it to start filling up is not a surprise. And remember yesterday I was referring to some of the cracking that was along the edges here, and that is actually what it looks like it may have done, is come out of those cracks and started flowing down. And I'm thanks Piggy, and Dee as well, and Sarah, and I think we got everybody there. Okay, thank you. But that's what I was saying, was there would be a possibility that we'll see some of those cracks act like fissures, and we'd have some kind of sneaky tube underneath here where the lava would push out and try to. Nature hates having a hill, so it's going to try to fill up that area and all the lower stuff all around it. But I think this is a good example of that, if that is indeed what was happening. Let's refresh that and see what it looks like right now. And a lot harder to tell during the daylight, but you can see there's the perimeter of our existing pond right around here. You can see that little lava berm that had built up. And then here's a secondary one from some of the original flows. And of course that was coming out over here where we see, and we can still see remnants of that crack that I was talking about yesterday right here. And that is one of the places where we have the brighter view of that lava. So for it to flow down into the lower area here would not be a surprise. And we're likely going to see more of that happening. To me, it looks like our old lava pond is gaining a little bit of lava. Still unsure. We'll have a look at the thermal right away and see if that is possibly something that is happening there. And we still see the little spot right here, and of course that area over here where it is smoking like crazy. Very hard to tell what's going on underneath there. And I'm still wondering why it's smoking so bad in that location when we're not seeing that smoke in the other spots, including this little lava pond area. So why the smoke? Why so much of it? And it's been going like that for a while. Let's take a look at the thermal. So this was the thermal from 4 a.m. And you can definitely spot some of the outflows that we have seen during the night. And they are noticeable by the jagged edge areas here and the pinkish material that looks like it's cooled down. We definitely see still some stuff going on here around our little guy. That's about an acre and a half maybe. And also on this picture you definitely see where the flow came from over here, and that kind of flowed out. But I wish we could see just a little bit more on that side, on the left side. But unfortunately the thermal is a fixed cam, so that's the way it is set. And that's interesting though, to be able to see that. And if we look down on the bottom here, we don't see anything new flowing out in that area, but I'm sure we're going to get more in here as well as the levels rise in this area, and this builds up more, into its kind of, well, if we call it a shield volcano, cake layering type of situation. It does still look like it's fairly low at this point in time at 4 a.m. here in the old lava pond. So let's refresh that and just have a quick look. And this is the refreshed one from 11 a.m. You can definitely see more of the outflows that happened, and it definitely looks neat. Not sure if that got any bigger here, but that is there. And again, from this angle, looking on the thermal, we don't see any elevation of that lava in the old lava pond. But what we do see is a fairly bright, fresher lava. So there is, the lava / magma sitting right underneath that. And it is hot, it is fresh, and it is keeping things bright. We don't see so much action here from the toe. We do still see a glow from the little hornito, and really not much from the primary vent. I'm going to keep an eye on this little spot over here. We do still see the stuff over here, but it looks like a majority of the brighter stuff is right on that left-hand side, so slightly out of view. But it is there, so it makes you wonder. And down here in the bottom, don't see too much new stuff in it. We still see fairly bright spots, though, indicating that the temperature is still being applied from underneath, keeping that warm. Now, this entire caldera, of course, is full of magma or lava underneath there. And I kind of use both terms there, because if the lava had come out of the vent and then subducted back down into the pond, it would be lava. As soon as it hits air or makes it to the surface, the magma becomes lava. So if there's a magma chamber underneath here, that is, a lava magma mix right now. And we'll kind of we'll call it lagma. I don't know. Never mind. Bad punny. All right, our lagma mix. Well, I carry on here. This was the shot from 4:08 a.m. Very hard to see because of the smoke and steam and everything. We do see our primary vent right there, which is pretty cool, or hot. Again, one of those bad choices of words. We also do see some of that material over on the right-hand side here, which was on the left on our thermal, and that definitely did flow out. Let's refresh this one. Hopefully the smoke won't be so bad. Nope, not bad at all, actually. And we can see some of those newer flows here that we weren't able to see off of the other shots, because they're hiding behind that bigger rock. So that almost looks almost as high as over here under Pig Island, height-wise, or getting up there anyway. So I'm wondering if that's getting pushed up from down below a little bit, and if in fact it is floating. And that's kind of neat. We do still see that we do have a pretty heavy curvature down towards the edge from the flat top lake up here, and we'll see those areas fill up once it gets too much within that 25-acre pond, if you will. And here you can see some more cracking along that point, and that's roughly where our overflow was happening, somewhere right in here where it was coming out. So we could have some kind of a parasitic, I wouldn't really call them parasitic vents, but lava tubes, or that the lava has migrated through and made its way over to this side without being visible. which is kind of cool. And anyway, looking pretty awesome. And let's see what else we got. Well, that's about it. Let's. This one is the current picture for here. So back to our primary event area there. And again, we are seeing at times it is a single larger event. Other times I've noticed there was 3 separate individual wellings that we were seeing. Our navigator has submerged significantly. Looks like he may have a friend over here. I don't know if maybe that's what they were doing underneath there, calling each other or something. But definitely in there. And wow, Sharon Stewart gifts a 10 membership pack. Thank you, Sharon. Sharon Stewart. That is awesome of you, Sharon. And look at those memberships go. And let's see. Irv GB got one. March 2028 got one. Linda Davis got one. Layla got one. James Ouellette got one. Ray Jensen got one. Wow. Brainworms got one. And let's see. Kathy got one as well. And awesome. That is fantastic. Thank you very kindly for that wonderful gift for those people. And that's 9 of them I seen on the screen. Maybe there'll be one more showing up here. So still one up for grabs. If you are not a member and you haven't been turned green, scroll back up to that banner and click on the banner. You may see the little button that says accept gift membership. If you haven't turned it on previously, click it and turn it on. You may be the one who gets that 10th gift. So one up for grabs. And thank you very, very kindly, Sharon Stewart. And that was really awesome. Dr. Fox, is the navigator floating or is it attached to something? That is a good question, full circle. When the lava level went down, it was sitting up and solid. So I am wondering if it is sitting on top of the old lava bed, the old cooled lava bed. And I think we may have multiple layers in here where we have the older material, which had solidified way back, and then it had fresher lava poured over top of it and created like a clubhouse sandwich, if you will. You know, where we have layers of hot and cold lava in there, and you know, we may have multiple layers of that, and this could be attached to one of them. Thank you for the 5-minute warning from both Tom and Piggy, and that is awesome. And it's you know, it's really hard to tell because without digging a hole down there, we can only hypothesize what may be actually happening. So at this point, I would think that our navigator is actually attached to something. So whether it's attached to the older layer below is a good question, or how deep that is underneath there. We know this this crater is very, very deep. So I don't think it would be attached directly to the bottom. I certainly would think that it would be on one of the layers. And of course the layers being weighted down with the newer or fresher lava sitting on top of it would kind of keep it held down and in place. Whereas when we go back to, let's say, this picture here, looking at the rock that's out here, I don't think this one is attached. I think this one is floating. But again, I'm unsure because we can't really go out there, you know, wander on out and push on it to see if it'll move or anything. So that is kind of what the dilemma is. We'll have to keep an eye on it and see what happens. We did see the navigator moving around before, okay, so It was over there at one point in time, and maybe even over in the back where this guy is. So we know at one point it was floating, and did it solidify during that last draining is a really, really good question. So, you know, we can only hypothesize as to what the outcome might be there. You know, that it may be attached now when it drained, that it sat down and solidified somehow to the other layer, and we may see it pop up one day because of the buoyancy within it. That's the whole thing, is how much gas is in that rock, and if it's enough, it may force that to bob up and down later on. You never know. So let's keep an eye on it and see what happens. Catch you later, Lavaliers. Grenzed taking off. Okay, no worries, Grenzed. Gotta go walk the dogs before rain returns. Okay, get those guys out there, and especially that white one. He needs to run, and those big dogs need a lot of space and run time to keep healthy. And I think we're just about at, I should put that back on here to our, turn that off there, put it on here. We will go over to our other places after the break. I'm gonna get ready to go on the break, maybe a minute early here. And if I happen to fall asleep, somebody poke me and wake me up. But all good. So remember what I said, there's one more membership up for grabs. If you are not a member, scroll up to that in the chat, up to where you've seen Sharon Stewart gift the 10 pack of memberships. Click on that and see if you can turn on your accept gift button there and go from there. And okay, sure does. He had a loving running gait, like the medieval horse. A trotter. He's a trotter. Oh, there you go. Not a worry. And that is pretty cool. Anyway, for those good people who are here, please, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a shot. We certainly would appreciate that if you're enjoying the show. Also, if you're new, sitting on the outside, peeking in, and you want to jump on into the chat, or if you just want to help support the channel, by all means, hit that subscribe button if you feel we've earned it. And on that friendly note, don't forget to hit the bell notification. I keep forgetting about that thing. And sometimes YouTube doesn't notify people, which is really not so much fun, but hopefully most of you are getting those notifications, and we should be good with that. On that note, I'm going to go take that break, so be good, be kind, take care, everyone, and I'm going to take a break for 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And I'll be back. Don't go away. More lavally stuff to come, I hope. I'm pretty sure we can find more lava. There's always some somewhere. All right, I'll be back. Thanks. we go. That microphone is back on. And yeah, I'm trying. I'm tired. I'm trying. Thank you for the welcome backs from Piggy. Welcome back, Monsieur Fox. Merci beaucoup, mademoiselle. And thank you, Sue and King Colin and John. And welcome to Juliet, by the way. I didn't see your name earlier. And thanks, Albagirl, and welcome as well. And thanks, Cananescus Country, welcome. And Kevin Haynes, thank you. And Hermione and Fluffy are here, welcome and thank you. And thanks, Wonky Donkey, and welcome. There we go. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. And all awesome. Anyway, yeah, I figured, okay, I'll throw it back in time a little bit so we could see what the lavely goodness was. And as I mentioned before, there was like three different events kind of popping up there. And just trying to find my screen here so I can turn my hamster back on. Where's my hamster? You got to be here somewhere. Oh, and that's not the right one. There we go, and that should work. So in that shot there, you can see a 3, and you can really see that there must be a fair amount of gas material coming up, as well as we see, you know, it's spattering the way it is and stuff like that. So kind of cool to see that. And anyway, you made it. You made it, Hermione Schaefer. All cool. Hamster activation. Make it so. Yes, I Captain. Hamster has been activated. Let's go take a look at other places around the world, though. And the one that fooled me yesterday was, of course, Mount Etna. And last night I thought it was doing something. And in fact, I had it wrong. It was actually the vent at 2,850 meters that was working. But today we're not seeing that vent, or at least not this evening. It went quiet, kind of stop flowing. We do see the mountain in the moonlight, but we're not seeing the event at all. If we go back a little bit further to just before sunset, we can see where it was. And I thought this was actually up a little higher. The clouds were so bad in here, and it had me fooled. And I thought there was lava coming from the top. So that was my bad. And I felt embarrassed after I realized where it was. I did double check things, and hey, it happens. It happens. We all get fooled once in a while. So it is one of those things. But we know that lava was coming down here and ending up right around here, just before this area, and it was dropping somewhere in here and creating a bright spot right about there, and then another one just down there last night. And that isn't the case anymore, of course. If we go back a little bit further in the day, you kind of get the gist of what it was like there at Mount Etna in Sicily. Not a bad look, and we don't mind that. So that was all right. And of course, yesterday I was trying to scramble and see if I could see it on the other views here, and of course I wasn't able to, and I thought, well, those clouds are hiding it. But this, of course, is the what they call the south shot of Etna. You can see some of that pluming right there from the southeast crater, but it's hard to tell because of what's happening or what's in the way. And going back a little bit further, let's see where it is here. There we go. It's too hard to tell with the cloud in there, I guess. Yeah, not so easy. There you can see a little bit more of that plume. This was at just 4 minutes after 3 p.m. their time. So definitely some more pluming coming from that southeast crater. but no eruptive activity, unfortunately. So hopefully it will do something in our near future, and I'd love to see some big ejecta coming out of the top of this thing as well. But we do know we do have a lava. Will you let off? Well, what? We'll let you off this time, Doc? Okay, thanks, Tom. I know, I won't let it happen again till next time, I promise. It's one of those things. And, you know, like I said yesterday, well, we're all human. We do make the occasional mistake, and sometimes the optical illusions that, you know, if you're too tired and you're looking at it, wake up, Noodle. Yeah, that's exactly what it was last night, Piggy. You could have done that and woke me up. Definitely going to be interesting to see what happens. But it is still pretty nice views there, so we don't mind it. Anyway, let's go over to Iceland. We'll take a look at there, see how it is doing. And give me a second here. I'm just going to close these other ones down a bit. So, where is Iceland? Iceland. It's the one with all the nice lights, which is only half of them. There it is. I'm here. There's Iceland, the capital city of Reykjavik, and it is looking a little bit cloudy or foggy or something there in the distance. And no snow happening though right now, which is all right. If we go back earlier in the day, we know that they were getting some snow, and that wasn't so good for them. Snow and rain, I guess, combined. Well, here they may have had rain because we see a lot of that snow has melted down in the forefront, and definitely looks like at this point in time it was raining. Ooh, we got rain bugs. Rain bugs on the lens. All right, and then later on, I think that rain did subside a little bit, and it got a little clearer. But hey, you know, wet day is better than having a snow day, and that is what we were seeing right now. Going over to the other ones here, we did have really kind of a miserable time there when we were looking at for Katla. Same kind of affair. Definitely raining in this area because you can see the snow is just about gone. You can see the actual raindrops and the wind blowing across these puddles down here, and of course on the screen on the camera lens. And if we go ahead a little bit in time, though, it did not really clear up much during the course of the day, so it would have been a poor visibility for those fine folks visiting there. And let's see, did it do anything? No. More foggy, rainy, cloudy looking, and that's one of the things about Iceland being where it is, and the fog and the clouds and everything, they come in very low, so they do their thing. Very hard to see anything because of the haze. Let's go to the next one. This one is still buffering. I tried to refresh it just before the show. I'm not going to worry about it. Let's go to the other view here. This, of course, is from the airport view. And if we go back, you can see there's some of the Perlin Center's lawn and grass area up in front here. Definitely getting rained out. We do still see a lot of snow in the forested or wooded area, and of course looking at the runways, they don't seem to have snow on them, but you know the temperature it's at, they could be icy, so I'd be a little careful there. Next one we're going to is the harmonic tremor chart, and I did not refresh that until, well, I haven't refreshed it for a little bit. I'm going to just close these other ones out a little bit, and then we'll get over to that chart and refresh it, and that is right there. So there we go, refreshed, and of course it took a big dip down yesterday, and we know it came up a little bit, but it came back up quite a substantial amount, and is kind of leveling out up above that 4,000 mark. And I'm kind of surprised at that, and kind of wondering, are we going to see something pop? Hey, Juliana is here. Welcome, Juliana. And Raymond Bensler also in the house. Welcome. And good to have you on board. And let's take a look at the other ones, though. So this is interesting to see the levels being up as high as they are right now. And we'll take a look at the one for Grindavik, but we'll stop at Grimsey on the way. Here's the chart for Grimsey, which is the northernmost point there in Iceland, and we see it was on a decline, but it had a lot of noise in there, so we know there was some movement of the plate and or plates, and some little activity there where it kind of popped up a little and then dropped again. So kind of something made it do that. We'll see what we got. Grindavik chart is right there, and Grindavik basically doing the same thing as what Fragedalfjall did. So we're probably talking a tectonic situation, but we do know we have magmatic intrusions diking up underneath in some of those areas. Not 100% sure which ones, but they figure that there should be some magma involved in that transaction. As you can see, this is fairly thick, so likely something going on there. We may have something filling up, which would really be nice. I mean, I would love to see an eruption in Iceland, and especially in the Fragedalfjall area. That way nobody gets hurt. It's a good place to have a volcano erupt. That is a kind of a touristy kind of volcano. The other one, of course, that we are looking at is Kristavik. And Kristavik, because of the way they've got the chart mounted, or the output on the chart, it shows it very high, and of course it shows it going right off the scale once again as it rolls. Now again, it's kind of the consistency, the same thing as what we see over at Fragedalfjall as well as Grindavik. So a lot of this is tectonic in nature, but again, we're fairly thick as far as what's going on here with that blue line. So very likely we've got magma, some kind of magma intrusion as well, so partially magmatic. And let's take a look at our earthquakes though and see if that tells us any better stories. We'll put this back on Fragedalfjall so we don't lose it. And just about there, give me a second, we'll get it up there. And whoop, I went too far, darn it. Fragedalfjall, there we go. Let's see what we have in the earthquake line. And of course, for today, the last 24 hours, we've had 33 quakes. And let's take a look and see what we've got. First off, down here on the Reykjanes Peninsula. And for those who aren't familiar with this chart, of course, there's the capital city of Reykjavik. And if we zoom in a little bit, there's the Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jarðvík. And if we slide down a little bit, we do see Grindavik down here. And normally we would talk about the two radio towers we see, but we haven't seen them because that camera is down. And then of course the Blue Lagoon right in there, as well as the power plant that is supplying that hot, well, it's not supplying the hot water, it's processing the hot water, the steam into hot water, and that ends up going into the Blue Lagoon lakes there. We do see a couple of quakes right close, so this 1.32 in magnitude, 2.4 kilometers down from 5:52 a.m. out in the water. And then we get a little closer to Grindavik, and we've got this 1.15 from 6.2 kilometers down. On 9:11 was the time on that one, and that is interesting. And it's kind of sitting behind the hills here, so not sure what it would be doing, but that is where it is. And of course, for those people not familiar with the area, that is our Fraga del Fjeld outline, and that is kind of its own system. And our wonderful Ragnar, of course, sits in right here, and that is the Siggy Fissure. So that is the Maridalia Valley up here, and this, of course, is Nad Hagi and Nad Kriki over here, and that kind of thing, and Gelding Gadarle in this area. And of course, you can see our line here. That is that's the continental divide, if you will, and the two plates. This is the North American plate. This is the European plate, and we call that no man's land right in the middle. And let's slide over a little bit more, and at the corner junction here, where the plates kind of bend a little bit, and we have a 1.5, 7.2 kilometers down, 6:29 a.m. for him. And then we have a 1.25, 5.1 clicks down, 6:37 for that one, time-wise. And then we have from 1:07 a.m. a small 0.43, 788 meters down, and that is kind of interesting, not too deep. And then we have two here. One is a 1.01, 7.8 kilometers down from 3:28 a.m. And then we also have from 3:48 a.m. 1.52, 8.7 kilometers down for him. And we'll see what else we've got as we slide over a little bit more. We don't see anything at Katla at all, so very quiet there. This is Hekla over here, don't see anything there. Let's get into this area. We see a couple here. This is a 1.26, 1.1 kilometers down from 1548. Then we have this one, a 0.37 from surface quake, 135 meters down, and 1417 was the time on it. And let's slide up. We don't see anything here at Grimsvatn, but we do have two at Bardabunga, and there is a small one, 0.15, and 2 kilometers down. 1:41 was the time on it, and the next one is from 4:49 a.m., and that is a 1.37, also a surface quake at 135 meters down. Sliding up a little bit more, we see Asja, two small ones, 0.2, 5 kilometers down, 1713, and then we had one here that is from 1847, magnitude 0.4, and 10.6 kilometers down. Getting a little closer to Herdebride, we do see this 0.55, 2.6 kilometers down from 9:09 in the morning, and one to the north of Herdebride, and that is up another 0.66 from 2:37 a.m., 8.5 kilometers down for him. 3-minute warning, I better go faster then. Okay, this one is a 0.3, 7.1 clicks down, 1848. And then we'll do these three over here real quick. 1.01, 6.8 kilometers down, 2228. Then a 0.69 from 10.6 kilometers down, 34. And a 0.85 of 7.4 kilometers down, 8:08 a.m. for that guy. And then we've got a whole bunch over here in the bay. And we'll start, I guess, with the top ones here. 4:31 a.m., 0.68, 3.5 kilometers down. Next one is a 3:14 a.m., a 0.82, 8.8 kilometers down. And then we've got a 1.07, 9.4 kilometers down from 8:57. Then we've got from 14:43 0.72, 10.3 kilometers down. 0.8 from 4.4 kilometers down, 8:52. 1:52 a.m. 1.65, 6.33 kilometers down. Then we've got a 0.68, 6.6 kilometers down from 2:27 in the morning. Let's see if we can get that. Yep, 0.57, 3.2 kilometers down, 55 minutes after midnight. 0.71, 3 kilometers down from 13:02. We'll grab this 0.91 from 1.1 kilometers down, 3:59 a.m. And this one here from yesterday at 23:11, 0.54, 12.3 kilometers down for him. And this one is a 1.28 in magnitude, 5.9 kilometers down, 5:03 a.m. Then we've got a magnitude 1, 3.7 kilometers down, 7:45 a.m. And this last one here, a 0.51, 135 meters down, very close to the surface, and that is 2.26, or sorry, 2:26 in the morning. Never mind. It was early. Let's see, anything else out by Grimsey? Nothing. So that is our quakes for our wonderful Iceland. And we're not seeing anything that's really earth-shattering, and nothing that is going to scare us. Right now, everything seems to be quiet. I'm hoping for, more magma intrusions and along the fault line, especially down here in the Reykjanes Peninsula. And let's see what we can do. What de-stress a very big male buffalo in a donkey outfit. Uh-oh, I don't know what you're up to there, wonky donkey. Let's put you back on some lava in Kilauea, and we'll do that after the break. We want a pillow power see through the skies. Yeah, I wish I could use that pillow. All right, Piggy, if you need to use the pillow, you can. Speaking of piggies, after the break, we'll take a look at some bacon seeds. And on that friendly note, hit that like button if you haven't done that as of yet. Runs from Dr. Fox, My Pillow, LOL. Aww, Piggy, you're gonna make me sleep in my chair. Where's the Lavagator? He's hiding. Anyway, here comes some music. Hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't done that yet. I'm your host, Dr. Fox2000. I'll be back after the break. Don't go away. Thanks. Oh, I'm back. Tom, I'd like to, but you know I can't do that to our good people here. I'm a dedicated individual, and I will continue on, even if I am tired. And welcome back, half asleep, Dr. Fox. Keep the stream short, hun. I will try to do that. We'll shorten it up a little bit. And thank you for the welcome backs from all of you, like Piggy and Alba Girl and Sue and John and what a bacon seed tile. Oh, okay. Kevin, thanks. And Cananascus Country and Hermione and Fluffy. Are you tired, Doc? Yes, Sophie, I am tired. Yes, you can, Doctor. We understand. All right. Thanks, Gaines. And yeah, no, it's all right. We'll keep going, and we're gonna do this. It's okay. I can sleep after and have a fox nap afterwards. Anyway, let's look at these wonderful sleeping piggies. These were from yesterday. I want to do what they're doing, put on my PJs and go curl up and go to sleep. Anyway, Piggy, of course, sent us some more wonderful bacon seeds. There she is. And first one on the menu, I always fall asleep during the stream. I think it's contagious, Piggy. It's that voice of mine, and everyone always tells me, "Oh, that'll put you to sleep." And you know, I start listening to my own voice, and it's going to put me to sleep. Anyway, here's the first set of bacon seeds. These guys are sitting in their box and having, I guess, a good time there or whatever, smiling at the camera. All awesome. And I think there was a theme that Piggy had going with the next ones, and I wasn't sure. So, Doc, you have a nice, soothing voice. Thanks, Alba Girl. And anyway, the theme, and I wasn't sure exactly what it was, but I figured it out. So I put a theme thing in here, and we can figure it out from there. You may be able to figure out what we've got happening with our bacon seeds. So it may have something to do with a hogwash. So let's take a look and see what is going on here. And look at this guy. He is definitely having a shower in the sink. He must have been playing out in the mud because I see a lot of dirt on that sink. So he's definitely getting himself a hogwash, and looks pretty awesome. And nobody's forcing him to stand underneath there, but he is. He likes it. And let's take a look at the next one. Yeah, that's Spot the pig. There is one way to stay awake. One way to stay awake? Keep your eyes open and keep talking. Yeah. Here's another bacon seed, and that is getting his hogwash time. At least we think he is. He looks like he's enjoying that. He's got his eyes closed and enjoying that warm water running over top of his head. And actually, you know, I think they enjoy getting wet, these pigs. And yeah, it must feel good. Especially when, you know, they got it hitting them in certain spots. I was actually, when I was looking to kind of get a theme cartoon, I seen a whole bunch of pigs on there that were out swimming, and they were all swimming around and coming up to the side of a guy's boat and stuff like that, and actually hanging on the side of the boat and looking for snacks, which was really awesome and really cool. Anyway, here's 3 in a tub. They are definitely at the hogwash center, and they are getting clean. So that's what everyone wants. Pig Island, I want to go. Yeah. Yeah, there is some cool stuff out there. Next one on our list is this one, and look at the smile on this little guy's face. He is enjoying his little hogwash, and he's just laying back, eyes closed, and saying, "Yep, rub me down and make me feel good," and that is all awesome. And I bet you that lukewarm water probably really does nice for them. They don't mind doing that. So a tiny guy. Yeah, he listened to Dr. Fox. Ah, a piggy, speaking of listening, is Thistle out? Did Thistle fall asleep listening to me? And just curious. Wow, that is a small bacon seed. Yep, soothing a voice, and that's what we try to do. Okay, a last bacon seed for today, you guys, and that is this one. And he too is a very little guy. I don't think they got the hogwash and full production yet, but he is ready for it. Very tiny little pig. So she is on a recharge. Okay, there you go. A pig bath. Yep, the hogwash. So small. A very tiny little guy. And, you know, some of them are literally teacup pigs. So very cool to see. Anyway, let's get back at other things. We will go around the world and see what other volcanoes are happening. And of course, I'm going to look for a blue screen really quickly because that's the wrong screen to start out on. There we go. And that, of course, is the Azores. We are on the island of St. George. And the area out here is one of the small towns. And the bright lights, the harbor. And then we've got about 18 kilometers across. You see some more lights over there. That is, it's a water in between here, a strait, and you've got a Pico Island over there, and you can actually kind of sort of see a Pico volcano from in the moonlight in this shot, sort of, if you look hard. You got to know where it is. For those who aren't familiar with that, what we can do is kind of give you an idea and show you what it actually looks like. How about there? There's where a Pico volcano is on the other side. And then, of course, this is the cove. That's the next shot we will be looking at. And we'll turn that back on and show you the cove. It is still 2118 there, so we would be able to see what's going on. What we look for, of course, is the white water splashing up here. See how rough the seas are. And they're not bad there right now. So you'll probably be okay in a smaller vessel. And let's get over to our earthquakes, though. And, of course, that is what we want to look at. And there we go. We see nothing for today. We did see the two yesterday after a good long, almost 7-day break for them. And we do see nothing for today on the island of St. George. This map only does St. George, or São Jorge if you want to pronounce it in Portuguese. But let's look at the other map. We'll take a look there. I'm going to refresh that so we get up-to-date stuff. And there we go. We'll get rid of the commercial on the side. Oh, they are showing one there on St. George. Oh, that's the 1.6 from 24 hours ago. So that one we've seen already, and that one wasn't measured on the other map. So that's one of the older ones. We do see this one 19 hours ago, 2.1, and it is kind of in the middle of everything here. And I'm not really not sure what set or triggered that, but it is there. What's the depth on this? It is 12 kilometers down. So, and that came in at 2:46 GMT. The other one here, 23 hours ago, not that new. Anyway, yesterday's from 22:34, and that was 3 kilometers down for him. that's it for our stuff there in the Azores, which is in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, of course, for those who aren't familiar with that. And this gives you a better idea where it is. You can see Iceland up top here, the Reykjanes Ridge, and of course the mid-Atlantic ridge here, or fault I should say. And of course the one going to the east here, that is the East Azores Fault, and that goes all the way out to a Portugal area. There's Spain and France, and of course England, Ireland, and then on the other side you got Newfoundland and Nova Scotia and New York over here, and a little bit further you can see Florida, and that is pretty cool. All right, let's leave that be, and we'll put it back to about that view, I think. Well, no, I did that wrong. That view, and get rid of the other two. Let's pop over to the next one, and that will be over. I need to get rid of the banner on there and make that bigger. And where are you? Where did you go? So many open windows here, sometimes difficult to find them. No, that is Italy. Where are you? Alright, I'm lost. What? Oh, it's got to be here somewhere. It's this one? No, not that one. There it is. I found it. Alright. Yeah, just look for the one with the volcano on the screen, right? Anyway, it looks like they are going to get a thunderstorm or something there in Guatemala, and this is of course a fuego, a little tiny puff coming out of there right now as we speak. This is live, so that is from wonderful fuego. Let's go back a little bit in time here, and we'll take a look at a couple of little eruptions. I think we can still catch the last one just before the end of that stream. There was one from 4:23 a.m. and that is about as far back as we can go. Then there was a couple more here. I'm pretty sure that we've seen some blasting. Let's back that up just a tad. There we go. You can see some guys over here taking pictures, and that of course is ejecting a bunch of lava. You can see the lava bombs falling down, and pretty cool. This was not that big of a shot, but it is still, you know, it's an eruption, and these things burst out of there, and that is pretty awesome. And I thought there was a bigger one in here that if we go to the next one, oh yeah, let's back that up just a tad bit, so we'll let that play through. There's some guy taking pictures over here, and there again you can see, you know, how far it is ejecting out of there, and it is quite a ways, and lava bombs hitting everywhere, and you can see them splattering on the side of the volcano, the top of the volcano anyway. So pretty cool. And let's see, just at right around here there was a pretty good one, and we'll see if we can get it to, let's back that up just a tad. There we go. So you can see it fully, and the candle was lit, and then all of a sudden it popped, and there you go. And this was a larger one, and you can definitely see how much ejecta is coming out of there. A fantastic amount of lava rocks that really spread out. Some of those chunks of lava, of course, are the size of small cars, etc. So you would not want to be in underneath one of those if it ever came down on you. It certainly would be the end, and that's a kind of be forewarned. Don't get too close to a volcano that's doing this. And we do enjoy watching them though from afar, and that is pretty awesome. That was a very nice eruption, and I always look for the ones though when these cameras switch to daylight mode, and I try to see if we can find some lava coming out of there. as they pop. You can see more guys over here with their cameras, and let's see if we can see something on this next one. I know there was a couple of little shots out of there, but I don't know. Yeah, there it is. I'm a little too far back yet. And let's see, should be right around here somewhere. And we'll see. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Tom. There it is. Let's just let that play through just so you can see it. Oh, come on. What are you doing? No, that's not what I wanted. Go back 10 seconds at a time here. Let it play through again, and there we go. Let's let it go and see what it did. And that is pretty awesome. And of course, now you see that direction of most of that lava is back towards those guys taking the pictures there. And it looked like it was kind of a double burst. Very cool to see that. And that's one of the things what I say about you don't want to be up near one of these things. It can be very, very dangerous and not good for your health at all. That was a pretty awesome shot, so we like that. And let's see if we can find it right at daybreak. I want to see just as it switches to color if there was any decent shots. I don't think I seen any. It did have one just about here. Yeah, very, very small one. So I don't think that one would have thrown out too much ejecta. And it looked like it headed the other direction as well. So let's leave it there for Fuego. There were a few more puffs during the day. I don't really need to get into them so much. They were what they were. Not overly spectacular, but also there's one. Not too crazy. Looking at that, a very dark material though, so a lot of ash and other things mixed in there, lava, etc., as well as the gases, of course. Pretty dark material, and telling you there's a lot of ash in there. I mean, those guys in the volcano area. What guys? Take care, guys. Oh, okay. Yeah, those guys need their hard hats on for sure. Thought you were signing off and not cautioning the photographers on the mountain. There you go. And there was a secondary blast out of that as well, and that looked pretty cool. And then, of course, later on, it had a few more. We know that it does this on occasion, where it will have multiple bursts. And let's see, is that moving forward? I'm hitting the wrong button. No, there we go. Again, that one would have been a bigger one, and you definitely would have seen some lava if you were up here on the hill. These aren't people, by the way. Those are trees, and just so you know, looking in the back, definitely trees. And notice some of the trees are missing. Well, that's because some of the ejecta has thrown out there. Quick peek at the other ones, though. Let's take a look at Popocatépetl, and we'll go back all the way to... it's been pretty quiet, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. These are the morning shots, 4:50 a.m. Didn't see a heck of a lot going on there. There was some small activity, a little bit of glow you can see. So we know there's active lava in the crater, but nothing too serious. And let's see, we did have one blowing off the other direction. There we go. And that was a little bit more healthy. As far, well, not for us, but for the volcano. A little bit more of a blast coming out of there with some of the darkened material as well. Let's leave Popocatépetl be. We'll go over to this one. This is Messiah Volcano. and that is down in Nicaragua. And of course, that is what the caldera is looking like right now. Messiah is always active. It does have the lava down on the bottom, but right now we can't see it. And okay, we will leave it there for now. We will come back to this page to take a look at some articles of Cotopaxi as well as Sanday and down in South America. We'll put you back on some lovely lava, and I don't want to get snout bopped, so it is break time. I'm going to go take that break. For those good people here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please help us out. We're trying to hit that 100 mark. And also, if you're sitting on the sidelines and you haven't subscribed yet, just lurking and watching, do hit that subscribe button. It really does help for the stream. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. If I don't fall asleep, I'll be okay. I'll be back. Thanks. am back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. I'm trying to wake myself up by having a piece of, I had a piece of, what was it, banana cake. And, I don't know if that was any smart idea, but it tasted good. Now it's in my stomach, and now I want to sleep some more. Oh, anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from John and Albergirl and Sue and Teresa and Full Circle saying, now the one and the only Fox that we can love, DrFox2000. Thanks, Full Circle, Florida. And thank you, Gaines and Hermione and Fluffy, and thanks, Piggy, for the welcome back, Daddykins. And of course, Sharon Stewart with her lovely voice of, I hear you, DrFox2000. I still want to hear that in a full melodious quintet there of some sort, Sharon. Okay, sleep is good, and welcome back. Thanks, Grenzed. Anyway, okay, let's go back over to what I was going to say. We were going to do a couple of quick peeks at Cotopaxi, continuing its stuff in Ecuador, of course. Surveillance flight noticed this lovely photo. Well, it's not lovely, it's more like a dirty plumes of ashes. Ashes and ashes. So still blowing a hooligan outside. Oh boy, Piggy, I hope that calms down. Wow, 34 miles per hour, 55 kilometer per hour winds. That is just unreal for you. Anyway, that is from today. No, hang on, overflight. Oh, that was January 26th overflight is what they were showing, and that is pretty awesome. Let's see, when's this one from? Thermal image of the summit crater of Cotopaxi. I love that thermal image on the right hand side there. That looks pretty awesome. So yeah, even with the snow in there, it's doing that, and that has got a lot of steam involved there as well with the melting of some of that snow. Of course, this is where, you know, it's basically an open caldera at the top there with the snow melting, and of course that water running down on top of the magma or lava. It's just going to sizzle and turn into instant steam. It's not going to cause an explosion because it's not confined. So just to reiterate that. And anyway, then they've got some other stuff on here. This is Krakatoa, and that is a pretty nice shot as well. Let's go to the next one, though, and that is over at Sangay volcano. Effusive explosion eruption continues, and we can see that from the image from Sentinel-2, and you can see the very large plume coming out of it, and of course the lava and the surrounding areas being bombarded with that hot magmatic material. Pretty awesome. And doesn't tell us where that is from, but that is lava. And that is some other crater. Pretty nice. Caldera Blanca. I don't know where that is actually located, but cool looking stuff. Let's carry on to our next volcano. And I decided to try to hunt for a different view of Merapi, since the one we were always looking at seemed to be difficult and in clouds all the time. So we got this one. I just got to find it on my screen here because it's not showing up where I want it to be. Got to be here somewhere. I know I've seen it. No, that is the other one. Where? Oh, there it is. I see. Behind my Pepsi glass. No wonder I couldn't see it. Anyway, we can see that it was trying to form a lenticular cloud around the top. Pretty awesome to see that. This too shows the thermal, but it's a slightly different view, so a little better looking. And let's go back to here, and we can actually see some lava. And there you go. Let's back that up just a little bit so we can see the start of that. And we haven't seen lava come from Merapi for a while, and I figured, well, we gotta find it, and there it is. And as you can see it is dribbling down the side of the hill, and looking pretty awesome. And I'm not going to advance it, but this is from a 4:53, 4:54 their time this morning. So I'm glad that I was able to find this other stream going. And it definitely does give us a little bit of a better idea of what we're looking at when we see the material from Merapi coming down the hill. And that, of course, Merapi, located in central Java, and it is potentially a very dangerous volcano because it could have a caldera collapse up at the top, and a partial implode, and that in turn could create a large outburst. But you never know with these things. But it's nice to see a little bit of bacon coming down the side. Okay, giving in Dr. Fox a time for Piggy. Beautiful asleep. Piggy, yeah, refluff that pillow and get yourself some Z's. And good night, Piggy, and lovely dreams, and all the best to you. And we'll see you tomorrow. And let's back this up some more, see if we can find any more lava coming down. And I don't think there was too much more that I seen in here. It was a little bit on the cloudy side earlier there for them. We do see some spots up in the top. Let's see if we had a little bit better view. They did kind of zoom in and zoom out a little bit, so you do see just a little bit of spotty activity, nothing major. And then they zoom back out. They were looking for lava, they couldn't find it. Oh, I see where it is. It's coming down the other side. So let's back that up a little bit. Maybe we can see some more of that. Just a tad bit. If we back it up to about here, will that do? Nope, not quite. A little bit further back. And yeah, of course, a cloud in the way, so we can't see what it was doing. But definitely some lava coming out of Merapi. So yeah, this caldera could be very, very dangerous. And you know, they were talking about the whole thing in the top area here dropping inward because of the physical shape and design of that caldera. Not very stable. And you can see in this shot here, they do have a lenticular cloud sitting over top of it, which is pretty awesome. I'm not going to dwell on this. Let's go to our next one, and we will go there. And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see too much of Mount Ruapehu today. And we didn't see, yeah, look at that. Not good weather there at Ruapehu. So it's good weather if you're a duck, maybe, but definitely not for humanoids. And definitely a bunch of rain there right now. One of the things I did say, I was going to bring up a picture of that caldera at the top. I couldn't find the one that I've got, but I did find another one, and I thought it'd be interesting to take a look at it. That is the lake up on the top of weather matches on in New Zealand this year. Yep, that is live weather. Anyway, that's the caldera lake up on the top of Mount Ruapehu, and it is a pretty awesome shot. So, Chuckster, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. And let's see. Anyway, that is a nice shot, and it does give you some views That's actually a summertime shot, so you do see some snow, but nothing too major there as far as the snow levels. But that lake definitely, if it ever got a crack in there and decided to pour down into the caldera or into the magma chamber, we would definitely see the top of that volcano blow up. Looking at, let me make sure it's refreshed, and it is. This, of course, is the chart. Let's make that bigger. And that's our chart for today. And you can see the activity was pretty much at a very rock bottom low, just starting to move up a tad bit. We didn't see any reaction after that big earthquake, so very, very little from there on in, but it is building a little, so that is something okay there. Let's take a quick look at the caldera. And of course, the lake is Taupo's caldera, and that is the entirety of what we see there, the water. So pretty awesome. Looks like a pretty ducky day over there, and you can see those clouds raining in the background there. That's where Mount Ruapehu is located. So, yep, if you want to get wet, a good place to go. Moving on, let's get over to our next shot. And hey, what happened to that screen? No, oh, I know. Let's fix that. Just gotta fix a couple things here before I go there. And there we go, and get onto that one. Right there, make that bigger. There we go, that fixes that problem. And that is, of course, a Semeru, and it suffered from a clouditis pretty much all day here. But there was some very violent activity from this volcano earlier. And I don't know if how far back we can go. Let's see if we can get back far enough. I think right about here it will show us. Yeah, it was raining and stuff, but you see this extra plume here. The way it was going up. If we go ahead a little bit, you can actually see they had some massive plumes come out of there, and pyroclastic clouds flowing out. And unfortunately, the visibility of those weren't that great. You can see, you can see it raising and billowing up right there. Let's put it on the other view so you can see the other cameras on here, and you can see this down on the bottom. You can see how large those flows were, and that is pretty awesome. This is another shot here where you can see kind of the same thing as in this one. And definitely had some extra flooding or of pyroclastic flows, definitely doing its thing. We did see the report, and this is more or less the report from volcanodiscovery.com, and this is Semeru volcano, East Java, Indonesia. Massive pyroclastic flows generated billowing ash plumes, and that is what we see right there. So if we make that picture a little larger, there you go, and you see where it is. Now this plume wasn't like the other one that we had filmed earlier, where it was coming and flowing down the spillway. And so this one was a little bit different, as in it raised up. Now I'm a little bit concerned here. Like, you see this upward rise behind this, and you can almost see it looks like the base of a tornado sitting right there. Seriously, this piece in the background looks like a tornado, and I'm wondering if this thing generated that as that flow of hot gases and pyroclastic material flowed out of there. If it gave the other side such a spin that it created a tornado there. It almost looks like that. So weather storm, no worries. Okay. Yep, could be. Alien invasion in town, Hermione. You don't want any aliens. Aliens are bad. Well, we don't know that. And that picture doesn't tell us a heck of a lot. So, anyway, that's the report there. Happened at 12:42 local time today. A heavy block of ash flow, gravity-driven mass flow, has been descending from the summit along the steep southeastern ravine that reached considerable distance, judging from at least from the available video from locations. Okay, so definitely stuff rose to 16,800 feet, or 5.1 kilometers in altitude, as it descended the slopes. So pretty cool to see that. And again, that is kind of big news for that area. And let's carry on. Let's see if Madame Roots has a Taal going. And no, unfortunately, no visual on Taal today. So we'll leave it on Semaru. And we'll put that back onto live. I do want to check in between here, though. We didn't really see any lava flow anywhere. Normally we'd see that lava coming out. Oh, hang on, maybe just a tiny speck of lava right there. That is pretty awesome. If we go back into the closer view, we can see that. And just one little speck. So nothing too major there. And let's see if we can push that ahead a little bit. And no, didn't see any lava. I wasn't watching any. And that's kind of it for this guy. So we will leave there and head on over to our next guy. And of course, that is a kind of a foggy and not so good looking area there for Japan. They are kind of being stormed out today. So let's see if we can get this one off the screen, and that is okay. And whoops, we want to go to Japan. And yeah, we might as well start with ASO since I'm on there. And that is ASO, the volcano. And you notice it's not giving off as much steam today. So ASO calmed down a little bit, and that is I guess good news in a way, but we do see the steam continuing from the caldera, and that is pretty neat. And moving on, let's see, the ice cream boat is there. If you want ice cream boat in the fog, you can definitely go get it. It is there, and let's go take a look at the closer up shot here. There you can see the off-gassing. It is continuing to produce a lot of gas and possibly some ash emissions, as we can see the darker material in there as well. I did not see anything during the night, and that kind of reminds me of this morning. Tom, of course, said on the other channel, and he didn't see any bunnies all night. And I'm kind of chuckling to myself every time he says that. He says, yeah, that's because he's sleeping. Dr. Fox, what did you call me? I called you Florida 360, but I didn't call you late for supper, so you should be all right. Florida 360, is that not what I called you? Full circle Florida? Okay, I hope I didn't call you anything bad. Anyway, that's all good. Oh, yeah, Florida 360. I think that's a good name for you, and that makes it easier. Don't include me with your statement about a C&D boy, Sue. What happened to a C&D boy? Oh boy, everybody's accusing everybody. Let's not do that. I think you called me. Oh, no, I didn't call you ASO. I called this ASO. Hang on, there. This is an ASO. And you can go all the way around the caldera. You can do a full circle around it. Around the ASO caldera. Oh, ASO San is such a nice volcano. Anyway, let's leave it be. Ice cream boat is there, so you can go do that. And here's another view of Sakurajima. Unfortunately, they're still not showing Suwanoshijima, so we'll leave it be. Let's get to our next shot. We have got a blizzard happening, or a snowstorm, there at Yellowstone. Yellowstone National Park is what we've got on the screen, and you can see multiple geysers popping all over the place. They have over 500 active geysers there. That was a hard joke, man. Oh, yeah. Florida 360, take it easy. I know it'll leave you spinning, but you're okay. Sue, you said we. Tom. Tom is innocent until proven guilty. Tom definitely uses that line from Bart Simpson. I didn't do it. Nobody saw me do it. Can't prove anything. So, and he's going to stick to it, right? Anyway, earlier at the beginning of the show, actually in the pre-show, we were kind of watching. I seen what looked like possibly a bear or a wolf or something running across the field just to the left side of this particular shot. When they had the camera on over in that area. Didn't know exactly what it was, and it kind of bounced along like bear would, but it didn't look like a wolf. A wolf kind of is pretty steady when it walks, and even when it's running, but the bear is kind of lumbersome, if you know what I'm saying. And to me it looked like a bear, but bears shouldn't be out. They should still be sleeping, but we figure it might have been Yogi or a Boo-Boo, possibly Boo-Boo looking for a picnic basket. But anyway, we'll leave that be. It is break time, you guys, so I'm your host, DrFox2000. Gonna go for a break. I'll put you back on the lovely lava over at Kilauea for the meantime. So please don't go away. It's a Boogfoot. Yeah, it was Boogfoot. Well, he was on all fours, so does that make it a Boog Feets? Okay, never mind. Oh, I am just trying to be too punny. It's not working when you're tired. Okay, you guys, hit that like button if you haven't done so already. That'd be really awesome. Also, if you are sitting on the outside and have not yet subscribed and you're watching the lovely show, please do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, and I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes if I don't fall asleep. Thanks. Don't go away. microphone is on. Wrong chair, Doc. That was Arizona Snowman's seat. No, boy. That's what happens when you're tired. You mess up. I got that tape off of there, though, so I'm not worried. Anyway, thanks Alba and Sue and John for the welcome backs, as well as Teresa and Henry Nelson and Kananaska's Country and Hermione and Fluffy. And we're all good, and thank you everyone. And I hear you, DrFox2000. I don't know, that's my best rendition. I have no idea how you're going to sing that, Sharon Stewart, but I'm sure you'll come up with something where you have the melody down somewhere there. Maybe some kind of boogie-woogie melody. I have no idea. Darn, I was hoping a Doc would get a case of sticky fingers. No, I'm good. And all good. I seen that, and of course there is an easy way to take that off. As what you do is you take a Kleenex and you just put that onto the sticky parts, and then you can grab it. You won't ever stick to it. So the Kleenex will. It's sneaky. Anyway, let's go have a look at our earthquakes, since I'm trying to make this show a little shorter today and not run into a 4-hour one. There's our wonderful earthquakes for today, and we do see a little bit larger one here in Chignik, Alaska, I think, 3.0, 55 minutes after midnight. And speaking of sitting in the rafters and having that 360 view in Alaska, you know that spy balloon? I find that very hokey with the spy balloon, and just my personal take on it is, you know, if it was really so dangerous and spy-y, why did they let it go from Alaska all the way down over Canada, through Montana, and then all the way across the U.S.? If it was such a bad thing, why didn't they just take it out over here when they first spotted it on the edge of Alaska? You know, it doesn't make any sense to me. And they say, well, they didn't want anybody to get hurt. Well, there's nobody living up here. You can drop that thing in anywhere. Including out here. What's the population in this area? About 4 people. So, you know, you're not going to hurt anybody. So I just find it a little odd that they wanted the publicity and let it go all the way out to off the Carolina coast and then shoot it down. I think it was just some political thing. Anyway, let's stay away from that. We're not into politics here. We are into volcanoes and earthquakes and fun things. So let's take a look here. What else we got? So Alaska had one up there. We do see that one. We already mentioned this one here in Kimberly yesterday. What could be they were monitoring its transmissions to make sure. Oh yeah, I don't know. You know, if you got something coming in, why would you do that, right? Why don't you shoot it down as it passed over your house? It didn't pass over my house. It came over the Rockies. I didn't see it. I would have sent my drone up and flown my drone right into it. Oh, anyway, we do see this one, 4.5, Mexico area, not too far away from our wonderful, what's in there? I think somewhere near Acapulco. But anyway, 2:06 a.m., 25 kilometers down for him. Let's keep going down the southern side of the coastline here. We do see another 4.7 down here in Argentina-Chilean border from 3:31 a.m., 179.3 kilometers down. Bigger one here, 5.5 on the Chilean coast. And that was from 18:02 yesterday, 68 kilometers down. And then this one, 4.0 for Chile as well. And that was 8 minutes after midnight, 30.9 kilometers down. Going over to our New Zealand area, we don't see anything new there. They're still showing the old ones. This one over here in Tonga, 5.0, that was yesterday's from 2212, 10 kilometers down. The one in Fiji, 4.5, today's from 506, 569.4 kilometers down. We do see one here in Papua New Guinea, 4.7. Yesterday's 2140 was the time on it, 35 kilometers down. This one not too far away from Luolatak, down in the Banda Sea, 4.4. 351 was the time on it, and 165.1 kilometers down for him. And this one is on the, this is where the original stack was. This is now the new stack, and that is a 4.7 in the Philippines, 2:59 a.m., 13.6 kilometers down. Going up a little bit more, we do see along the Marianas area here, some of them. So this one is a 4.3, and that was from 1440, 538 kilometers down for that 4.3 from 1440 down there in the Mariana Islands. Then we've got this one would be in Japan, Bonin Island area, 4.7, 1458. Next one up a little bit bigger is Zoo Islands, 5.8, and that was from yesterday at 1703, 10 kilometers down. Then we see a couple over here in the subduction zones, Coral Island area, 4.5 from 5:58 a.m. for 48.3 kilometers down, and one right on the Kamchatka Peninsula, and that is a 4.8 from yesterday at 1844, and that was 54.3 kilometers down. And that covers those guys. We don't see any other ones in these areas. I did, however, at one point miss this guy north of Svalbard, a 4.5 from the 3rd, and that was 1:54 in the morning there. Svalbard, of course, being here, and that being right along that mid-Atlantic ridge fault all the way through. And of course, that is the same as what we see here on this side, coming through Japan and all of those areas. And then I don't know at this point where it really divides right here, but that is that mid-Atlantic ridge making it all the way over here into Japan where it splits. So that was interesting. Other than that, I don't see too much more. Let's go over to the Canary Islands. I'm going to refresh that screen real quick. Let's see if we can find anything. It's reloading, sort of, I hope. I can move it. Come on, reload page. Maybe I have to do that again. We have a technical problem. We are missing the data. Anyway, looks like the Canary Islands are off the charts. Nothing is showing. Okay, we got the stuff down on the bottom, so we know that part works, but the data is gone. Okay, and the spy balloon stole the data. I have no idea what the heck happened. Let's leave that be. Volcano map. We know it's what it is. I don't think it's really changed any. I'm going to see if we can refresh that, and we'll have a quick peek. And what was it? Let's see. I want to get rid of these commercials and do that. Take a look. So we don't see anything new there. Let's zoom in a little bit. Yep, Viorica still there, and of course Alaska, Sabancaya, and we got Sangay, and Cotopaxi, which we talked about earlier. Reventador is there, Cerro Negro, per se, and then of course Nevada, Del Ruz, and there we go. And yeah, those guys, Messiah, Talika, and of course San Miguel back on the map, and then Fuego and Satiaguito, and then of course Popocatépetl in Mexico. Nothing new there, no new ones here, and our EPI is still on the map, but we haven't heard of anything else from EPI in Vanuatu. Aoba and Agawa still working away, and nothing new in Papua New Guinea, and nothing new here either, I don't believe. Luolatok is still there. Ijen, the blue lava volcano, and Raung is still there, and then of course Semaru and Bromo. Bromo, I haven't heard anything from it yet, and there's Merapi. And then Dieng there at Krakatau, and of course Currency and Mar Rapi right there, Sinabung, and then of course Barren Island, a volcano up in the top. And as we go through, we got Ibu and Dakono, and this Tang. I used to like Tang as a kid. Anyway, still the same stuff to all. We haven't had any reports from it, so all good. And of course the foreign Japan there, Suwanoshijima, what is it, Kikai, if I said it right, and Sakurajima and Aso volcano. And that is what we've got there, and we're not calling anyone any names, so especially Florida 360, Chikaratski, Ibako, Besimiani, and of course Shivalesh up on the top. So that's it for there. Nothing new in Africa. Urta Ale hasn't gone anywhere. Etna is still there, Volcano and Stromboli, and Capi. And let's see what else we got. Nothing in Iceland. I want to see at least one or two in Iceland, but we need action. So send your notations to the Volcano Lava Workers Union. We need an eruption in Iceland. On that note, let's get started with our SO2. And let me find that map. I know it's here somewhere. And I will take a look and see what we can do. Got to refresh that though. And SO2 it shall be. It looks like Wednesday we shall be getting some snow in the morning. And 3 degrees today, 3 degrees tomorrow, 3 degrees on Tuesday. That's not bad. SO2, of course, looking at what we've got, not too bad. And yeah, I mean, we do have some pluming in from the stuff coming from the Kamchatka Peninsula. Looks like Karinsky is doing some work down here. Maybe it will be back on our map pretty soon as well. But looking at most of it, the western portions, some pretty good air there in the US and Canada. And in the eastern area, we do see it getting heavier down here in the very populated area of the Great Lakes and on both sides of the border. And some of that is going out onto Nova Scotia as well as Newfoundland, and kind of cutting through the St. Lawrence Seaway. Getting over here to Mexico, we see that plume is actually, because of the air currents, no longer going across the Gulf of Mexico. It's now coming out into the Pacific Ocean and just kind of circulating here. And that is from Popocatépetl and Mexico City. We are also seeing the most of the stuff from Central America moving into the Pacific. We do see, however, from, and I'm assuming this is from, that would be Reventador, or would that be our friend Nevado del Ruz? I don't know, one of those anyway. It's creating that plume going over into the Caribbean area. So if you're down here in Aruba somewhere, you won't have the best air. Looking at what's going on in South America, we can slide down real quick. We see there's a big circulation here, drawing out a lot of that. Thanks, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. And we do see that most of it is there. The only thing coming into the Atlantic is from people pollution. So that is all good. Zoom out real quick and remind everyone the stuff down here in Antarctica and the Arctic Ocean areas is because of the snow melt, that the snow, of course, trapping SO2 gas when it's falling down is melting, and of course once it melts it releases that SO2 again, unlike rain, which usually falls onto land or into the ocean, and then that SO2 is diluted. White Isle volcano still showing, not so bad there in the bottom end of Australia. We do see a little bit more from the coking plants around the northern portions of Sydney. Tofua still doing its thing, and a little less coming out of Vanuatu today, but that stream looks like it kind of went down and back up, kind of neat. And then of course we see Papua New Guinea pretty normal, Luolatok still doing its thing, Semeru working away, Merapi, and of course Jakarta and Krakatau doing their thing. Not so much coming from Marapi and Kerinci over here. The rest is usually people pollution. Ibu and Dakono not as heavy as they used to be. Looks like possibly a little bit more coming out of Taal and Mayon and Bezimiani. No, is it Bezimiani? No, Bulasan, sorry, Bulasan and Mayon over here, pushing that out. So a little bit extra from them today. And normal looking in Taiwan, normal heavy stuff from China. And here we see a bigger plume from possibly, well, it could be from Suwanoshi Jima, and then of course the other side from Sakura Jima. Sliding up a little bit further, Japanese coast not bad, and of course this is what I thought here, and this sure does look like that this is coming off of what is it, Karimsky, in this area here on the Kamchatka Peninsula. So that would make me think that's what that is. Unless there's something else going on here. I don't know why it's so dark right there. But there's no volcano or none that is active that we know of right in that spot. And let's see, pretty normal in Africa from the smelting plants and the volcanic activity, as well as the coking plants in DR Congo still doing their thing. Urta Ale would be right there, and then of course these heavy red spots are from the oil refineries located in various places in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran. And of course not so much coming off of our Stromboli, which is quieting down a whole bunch. I tried to get into the cameras there for a this is Etna, my bad, Etna I meant, but Stromboli not showing on their cameras either. Looks like Spain and Portugal pretty clear, France a little heavier in Germany, Denmark looks pretty clear, Poland fairly heavy, Chechnya pretty heavy as well. Looks like Austria is half, and we do see a little bit there in England, not that bad. Nothing in Ireland, all good. Sweden and Norway and Finland looking pretty clear today, and very clear there in Iceland as well. And that takes us to the break. So All good, you guys, and what I will do is get our fresh map for weather after the break, and stick around, and we'll put actually the Hawaii back on live so you can see what it looks like right now. And let's get her there. There we go. It is that right? It's only that can't be right. That's too far back. Oh, it's buffering. Yeah, I was going to say 11:49. That doesn't make sense because it should be about 1:30ish there right now in Hawaii. Okay, something wrong with their camera. Maybe we'll have to refresh that, see if we can get it to work. Yep, it's still showing 11:49. Let's just back it up, and we'll see that lovely lava from earlier. And there we go, no cam for us. Okay, and no worries. Suwanoshi-jima erupted at to 6,000 feet. That's why there's SO2 there in the air. All right, I will read through that report. I did get that, Sue, so I'll read through that one just as we get going on our weather. For right now, I'm going to go take that break. For those good people who have not yet hit the like button, give it a quick bop if you can. And also for those sitting on the outside and lurking, taking a look, if you're enjoying the show, by all means, give it the subscribe button a quick bop, and don't forget to hit the bell notifications so you know when we're on. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. So the microphone is back on, and yeah, I was watching the screen, and I kind of thought, what the heck is going on here? Welcome, thank you for the welcome, Max, from Full Circle, Florida, and John Raper, and Oh Mummy of Hamsters, hello, good to see you. Thank you for the welcome back, Uncle Doc. And Michael Knight, thank you, as well as Alba Girl, and Hermione, and Fluffy, and Sue, thank you, thanks, and all good. Yeah, and I hear you, and DrFox2000, Y2 glitch is bye-bye for now, knock on wood. Yeah, hope so. It was really funny because I'm looking and just you know, I was actually making sure the bit rates were all good, and all of a sudden the message appeared saying that you're not sending enough data. I said, well, hang on, my bit rates are solid. How am I not sending enough data? It didn't make sense to me at all, but I figure it's some kind of YouTube glitch happening, so all good. Anyway, let's get over to our weather portion, and we do have that loaded up. I got to get over to the weather map, whether we like it or not, and there it is, and it is refreshed and doing its thing. So a quick peek at North America, we can see where the very cold areas are up in the whiter areas, and that is horribly cold, but we see that portions of Alaska, and the Yukon, of course British Columbia, Alberta for the most part, same with Saskatchewan, not bad temps all the way through till you get into Manitoba. Then things start to cool off. Northern Ontario not so nice, and most of Quebec and Labrador freezing very much so. Quick check at the temperatures, and we got about 5 degrees in Vancouver. My mother should be happy. And over there on the rock where Bob is, he's probably suntanning at 6 or 7 degrees, maybe even 8. That's pretty wild. Calgary coming in at 5 as well. Edmonton is showing at 2 right now, and that's about what they predicted for us. Kananaskis country is getting there in swift current, -2, a little bit colder than us, so that's okay. Moving over, taking a look at Winnipeg, I mean, -10. A little further over, our wonderful recipient there would have been having a little warmer than what Winnipeg actually is. Looks like going over here, Thunder Bay area along the Lake Superior, very cold for those guys. Sudbury coming in at about 7. Toronto 0 degrees, and London 1. Detroit about 1. Tom's Place about 2 degrees, 1 or 2 degrees Celsius, so a little bit above that freezing mark, not bad. Did I say Cleveland? 4 degrees, and that's not bad there. Sliding up on the St. Lawrence Seaway, very cold in Montreal as well as Quebec at 10 or 11 below and 9 below respectively. And getting up into the northern portions of New Brunswick, we see down to -14 in the really northern parts, and we can see the cutoff line here where they're getting the warmer weather along the coast. Cole Harbor coming in at 4 degrees Celsius, and that is awesome. There's Sue, and about 2 or 3 there in Halifax. A little colder over in Newfoundland, out here on the we'll call it the Spit today. How about that, for better words? The peninsulas out here, 5 or 6 degrees below zero, up in the northern portions all the way down to about 12, and of course Labrador on the top end here, -35 in some places. Just horribly cold and not good. So let's slide back over to the other side of the world. Seattle about 8 today, Portland about 8, Eugene about 9, Getting down to Sacramento 12, San Jose 11. Not so bad for those areas. Los Angeles, nice, beautiful 18, 19 degrees. And Death Valley coming in at 23 degrees Celsius. And that whole valley, there's some 24s in there as well. Las Vegas about 16, 17 degrees Celsius. Mexicali down here 22. Phoenix probably about 22 as well. And Tucson about 22. Not bad. Albuquerque, New Mexico made it to 16. And let's see, Denver, Colorado, a little, well, actually they're 8 degrees right now. That's not so bad. Back down in the bottom of Texas, we are starting to see that warm air coming back in and pushing northward. And we are seeing San Antonio at 21, Austin at 18, 21 in Houston, and about 16, 17 there in Dallas, and that's not so bad for those guys. New Orleans 17 right now. Mobile, Alabama coming in at 16. About 17, 18 in Tallahassee, and Jacksonville 15. Let's see, down in Miami 23 degrees, and we see that circulation of that low there probably causing some stormy stuff, and that low needs to move offshore so the warm air can push up a little bit. Charlotte, North Carolina, only 8 degrees. Grandma B's house about 6 degrees, about roughly 40, 41, 42, something like that. And Virginia Beach about 9. Getting up a little bit further here, 5 in Philadelphia. We got a 3 in New York. Boston coming in at about a 3 as well. So not bad. Tom saying good night, all stay safe and have a good weekend. All right, Tom, you be good, and give Pepper a scratch behind the ear for us. And anyway, looking at down here in the Baja, we see the cold is still trying to infiltrate, but most of it is being kept out. So that is good. We see some very good temperatures. Mazatlan made it to 22, 23 right now. Not bad. Acapulco, right near where that quake is. That quake actually happened around here, but they're about 27. 20 in Mexico City, that's not so bad. Cancun, still not that warm, only 23. We see the western side, though, is a lot warmer than the east. We see some temperatures all the way up to 32 in Colombia, in that area. A little cooler beyond the mountains. Venezuela, kind of the same thing, 30, 31, depending on where you are. And of course, looking at most of Brazil, not bad. Temps 25 in Rio de Janeiro, Sao Paulo 21 right now. And we see some very hot stuff in the interior here of Argentina, up to about 34 degrees in some places, so very nice. 26 in Buenos Aires, and then of course Paysandú about 25 there as well. The coastal areas of Uruguay a little bit, well, I don't know, I was going to say too cold, but anyway, from 20 to 22 degrees, that's not bad at all, really, when you get right down to it. And that warmth for Argentina all the way down to the bottom. It does look chilly in the bottom end of Chile, but the other side right now looks pretty good. Santiago, Chile, 21 degrees according to that. And probably some more rain on the western side of the South Island of New Zealand, as Christchurch is still a balmy 27 degrees, and Wellington 21 there. Taupo area probably about 18 right now. That's not so bad. And Auckland coming in at about 22. Granzed's house probably about 22 as well. 23 degrees. My bad. I was close though. Thanks, Granzed. And I thought, how was your dog walk? I hope you're all right there. about 18 there in Hobart right now, and it doesn't look too bad for most of those places. The higher elevation's a little cooler, and we see Melbourne coming in about 18, 19 degrees. Should be not a bad day for Leo, and about up to 20 in Adelaide. A little warmer over here in Sydney at 26, 27. And our wonderful home of Oz, 29 today, a bit better. I'm currently in Lower North Island. Kapiti Coast, Kapiti Coast. Okay, I'm not sure exactly where that is, but that sounds good. Hope it's nice there. Wow, we do see that 23 degrees. That's not bad. Anyway, at 21 in Perth, and they don't have super hot temperatures there today. So time to run. You all have a great night or a day. Take care, Full Circle Florida. Thank you, and appreciate you being here, and we'll see you tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow's Monday, later stream as a normal weekday stream. 28 out there in Fiji, and 28, 29 in New Caledonia, 28, 29 in Vanuatu, and a little cooler today there in Papua New Guinea, but not by much, a degree or two. I'm sure that's a little more pleasant to take. And looking at the island of Java and most of the Indonesia, I mean, pretty good right now. Of course, up here it gets a little cooler in the top side of hang on, starts with S. Mental block again. Bangkok, though, coming in at 25, 26 degrees. Sumatra, thank you, Sue. And I should have thought about you. That would have got it. Sumatra. But you're not from there, so I can't use that. Never mind. That's a bad pun. It does look like it's starting to push that warm stuff back in to these areas. So Japan will likely see some warming up soon. Kagoshima 10 degrees right now, and that's not so bad. Tokyo only 6 again today. Hopefully they will get a little warmer, and it is in February, so they should be seeing a warmer temps move in. Sapporo only a -4 today, so that is warmer for them. And looking at the Kamchatka Peninsula, up on the top -30, down at the bottom, and we got all the way up to about 9 degrees in some spots, so not bad. Sri Lanka, it's normal temperatures from 21 to 26 degrees. Not so bad in the southern portions of India. Delhi at 12 right now. That's a lot better than they've been in the last few days. We got Cape Town coming in at about 19 degrees. Not bad. Looking at what we've got in Madagascar, not bad at all. As well as the Central American or African areas are not bad. That cold still trying to hold on in the northern portions of the Sahara Desert, though. 12 degrees right now in Cairo. Looks like UAE starting to warm up a little bit, but not by much. Only about from 14 up to 20 in some spots. Oman, same kind of deal. And of course we know there's some cold spots in Yemen there, so not bad. A little colder there in Syria and those places. Baghdad was at 10 today, so but it does look warmer in the eastern portions of Turkey. That's a good sign. That will let us know that things are going to start warming up. And we will take a look here. It's cold for Piggy. She said it was 4 degrees there earlier, and the map said 7 it's 4 degrees is what she had on her thermometer. So I don't know who to believe, but I think Piggy's thermometer is pretty good out there. -4 at Randazzo, and that is a pretty chilly for our wonderful Mount Etna. So don't know what they're going to do there. It's probably more snow on the way for those guys. And thanks Sue for bringing that up. And it says 0 on the map. So yeah, it makes you wonder if you know, who's right there. 5, 6 in Nepal, or Naples, I mean, and Rome coming in at about 4 degrees right now. And then, of course, we get up here all the way to Milano, 4 degrees there as well. Looking at what we've got in Madrid, 6 right now. Looks like we've got some warm patches all over Portugal, and also some more warmth there, but still looking at 1 degree for Aurelio there in his hometown. And looks warmer in France. We do see Nantes there 5 degrees. Paris coming in at 4. If we go over to Munich, they're still at -1. Frankfurt coming in at 3. And Cologne coming in at 3. Yvonne's house about 2 degrees. Looking at Brussels, about 3 degrees. OFU Lux about 1 or 2 or 3, depending on where he is with his spaceship. He doesn't have to plug it in, at least. 3 there in Amsterdam, and that is not that bad. Could be worse. They could have snow. -3 in Berlin, and 0 in Hamburg. And looking at Copenhagen, we see about 1 degree Celsius there. Aarhus up here 1 degree as well. Quick peek at Oslo, we see a -3. Stockholm -3. St. Petersburg coming in at a -4. Moscow coming in at a -5. And England, of course, we got about 3 degrees there in London. And looks like not bad for the most part in Wales. Leeds at about 1. Looks actually warmer in Scotland again. Glasgow at 5. Aberdeen about a 5 as well. And out here on the coast in some spots, they're up to 9 degrees. That's pretty awesome. And Doolin coming in about 5 or 6 degrees there in Ireland, and that is home of Irish Monk. And of course we got 1 degree in Dublin. So yeah, that should come up. There it is, 7 degrees over there. So yeah, if it's a 6, a 7-ish, depending on where you are there, that's all good. Thank you, Sue, for bringing those up. And the last one on our list up here is, of course, we take a look at Reykjavik. And the map says about 4 degrees Celsius right now. And that's not so bad. And what's it say? 3 degrees. So 3 or 4, that's pretty close. And it looks like about 3 degrees down if you're going to go look at Ragnar. So probably windy, though. I don't know about that. Anyway, it is just about a break time again. So let's see if... oh, I see my bit rate went up a little bit. A little higher than normal. I'm hoping that it will simmer down. 1 degree Celsius in York. That's okay. We won't hold that against you, John. Okay, let's put us back on the lava for right now. And hopefully that'll work and keep everyone warm. And I'm going to go take a quick break. After the break, we'll come back and do precipitation and hunt for the coldest temperatures on the planet. Was 8 this afternoon. That is awesome. Okay, so on that friendly note, don't go away. And let's see, I just got an important email I have to look at. And Arizona Snowman, I do not know him. Okay. Okay. There we go. There we go. I got that done. Okay, for now that should be all right, and I see we are up to 99 likes, and that is awesome. Nice to see that, and we will continue on with this stream right after the break. So for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like. And also, if you are new, you can always hit that subscribe button and join in. And that is all good. And okay, we will leave it as that. I'm going to go take that break. Keep smiling, be good, be kind, and I'll be back. Thanks. Don't go away. go. I've got that microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And of course, on the screen is Helemaumau crater there at Kilauea in Hawaii, the big island of Hawaii. Kilauea volcano. And that was from 4:28 a.m. You see those two plumes. That was a lot of extra lava pouring into that crater. And I see our wonderful Arizona snowman is in here. Welcome, and thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Alba Girl and Hermione and Fluffy. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. Thanks, Sharon. And all good. Yeah, I got to figure out how to do that a little bit more melodious voice. As you can tell, Sharon, I cannot sing, okay? There is no melodious voice there that can swing into some really fancy stuff. But it is what it is. And anyway, good to see you there, Arizona Snowman. You're singing a fine. You sing a fine. Fine for a fox. Okay, that'll work. Actually, they are higher pitched than I am, so that is good. Thanks again for the welcome back. Anyway, we did say we were going to do the precipitation, so let's get over there and not hesitate. I was just watching, though, we did have a 2.84 quake over at Bardabunga in Iceland, 1.4 kilometers down from 2315, just so you're aware of that. Just seeing it there, and as I'm checking through, I do that quite a bit, and keep an eye on everything. And that's what we've seen. Anyway, let's get at the North American precipitation real quick. We do see along the western coast from about the Queen Charlotte Islands or northern portions of Vancouver Island on up all the way through the Alaskan Panhandle, everything. They're getting that stormy stuff. So Queen Charlotte's, the rainforest, definitely getting a rain. Looks like snow there in the Rocky Mountains, and as well up in the upper portions here where we see some in Northwest Territories cutting through northern Alberta and all the way into Manitoba via Saskatchewan. We do see it being wet out here on the west coast. So from Vancouver on down south to almost LA, they're getting some rain snow mix, and that is going also some intermittent stuff all the way into what do we call it over there, almost Wyoming. So Idaho definitely getting some, northern Nevada, and then of course Utah, some of those places, and a muchly needed rain to keep California green. Let's slide over a little bit. We do see some lake effect snow moving up to the northeast, though, for those guys. We do have some smaller patches, nothing major. Buffalo probably getting a little bit of snow. They like that stuff, I heard. And let's see, Waterton getting some. Where's Buffalo? Oh boy, I didn't put it on this map. It's got to be here somewhere. Yeah. Oh, hang on. Is it over? Oh, that's Buffalo. There's Buffalo. I was looking in the wrong place. They got they got rain, not snow. It looks like some rain there in the lake. So, is that no? This is Lake Ontario, and this would be a Lake Erie, I think. So, kind of neat. Or do I have it backwards? Anyway, that is okay. Zoom back out. Looks like from Montreal all the way up past Quebec along the St. Lawrence Seaway. Not so nice. Rain and snow combos. Probably a lot of snow. New Brunswick getting snow, as well as PEI and Nova Scotia from about Cole Harbour on to the east. I had it correct, thank you, and that's all good. Yeah, sometimes the memory doesn't work so well, but yeah. And of course, looking at what we've got here in Newfoundland, they are getting some snow as well. Pretty dry in most of the rest of the U.S. though, until we get over here to the eastern side, bottom end, Florida off the coast, and they've got some stormy stuff happening. So from Miami going out into the water and going to the east a little bit and the north, not so great weather. And then we see, of course, it comes into North Carolina, and Grandma B's house would be foggy. Grandma B, make sure you have your fog lights on. And looks like we see some rain for most of those guys there. Not so bad, nothing in New York or Boston, which is all right. Cancun getting rained on, and no rain in Mexico otherwise, other than down here in the Yucatan Peninsula, some isolated spots going along into South America. We see rain in Ecuador and Colombia and the rainforest, of course. And that is what we've got. Peru, we've got lots of water coming down. Rio de Janeiro is getting wet. Yeah, all these little countries as well. And top portions of Argentina and Chile also getting it, as well as Bolivia. Looks pretty dry in our wonderful Paraguay and Uruguay, and the bottom end of Brazil, as well as most of the eastern areas of Argentina and the southern parts. Looking at the ducky weather that we've got over here in New Zealand, I was right, they are getting wet on the west side again, and the southern end, and the warm spot there in Christchurch not getting any moisture. And looking at what we see, and that whole front is just beaten up against the northern island, and we see from I guess right around our Taupur Lake and those areas, getting some rain coming down there, so that's okay. Not anything too severe though, I think. And I'm close to Lake Erie. Cool. I had my hands in that lake. Gren said, I'm just north of Wellington now. Okay, so just north of Wellington. Are you in the rain? Or close to it? Let's see, what do we got? Oh, you're up here somewhere. You are getting rain. Yep, so that would be rainy. Upper Hutt. Upper Hutt, I guess that's a really in, yeah. Thankfully, a cooler weather. Okay, cool. So that is all right, and yeah, close to it. Okay, cool. And let's go over here and take a look at Tasmania. We do see down the bottom southwest side, they are getting some rain. Looks like the other portions are not so bad. Couple of tiny spots there near Melbourne, but nothing to speak of for the most part. And it looks like a dry in Brisbane and Sydney and those places. A little bit up here in this area, but nothing too major. And let's see, we see some circulations out here near Tonga. I wonder if they're getting stormed out. Fiji getting a little bit of rain, and then of course Vanuatu and New Caledonia and a lot of the Samoan Islands, and that all are getting some rain. Papua New Guinea getting rain, and eastern Indonesia, central Indonesia, western Indonesia not so bad. And then we get over to Bangkok. They're not getting any rain there right now, but looks like some fog and rain up in the northern areas there. And variable weather, of course, there in the Philippines. because of all the storms going through. And here we got a system sitting in between kind of Japan and whatchamacallit here, Taiwan. Sorry, whatchamacallit. Shanghai looks like they're getting wet. Looks like not so much rain till we get up in the northern portions of our wonderful Japan, and then a little bit of snow in parts of the Kamchatka Peninsula. Looks like Sri Lanka is got some coastal rains, nothing too severe. India looks pretty dry right now. Sliding over Madagascar, of course, a rainy season. They're getting some there. And a few spots in southern Africa, south central Africa. Of course, a rainy season. Foresty, rainforest areas, and they're getting stuff. And then Sahara Desert looks pretty dry, looks fairly dry, and Saudi Arabia and those countries as well. And Piggy's area, Piggy might be getting a little bit now. I don't think it's raining right now, but she did say they have those winds are howling like crazy. So hopefully the winds will die down. Not so much rain in most of Italy or Sicily. Looks like Sardinia is getting nailed again with some rain. Very, very little in Spain, nothing in Portugal, bottom end of France, and the interior here a little bit. Looks like Alps are getting some snow in Sweden, or sorry, Switzerland, I mean. And Germany pretty much dry, just a little bit right here at Frankfurt. Nothing really severe. Denmark looks dry today. Most of Sweden looks not bad. Of course, the coastal areas along our wonderful Norway getting all kinds of snow and rain in those fjords all the way along. And then we do see the eastern half of Finland getting some rain there, as well as some of these other Russian areas. And I don't know exactly which one's which here, but they are getting some. And looks like no rain in England or Scotland or Ireland, but we do see this ban coming, and that is going to create some stuff for them. Going to Iceland, yep, not very good weather there right now, so yep, they have all kinds of rain and snow everywhere. Let's leave that there. Let's go over, have a look at our cold temperatures around the planet. We'll find the cold spots and see if we can beat Sue today with what I come up with. And I already see a minus 49 down there in Antarctica. That's already getting pretty chilly. Get it? It's chilly? No, chilly. I seen the minus 50. There we go. Minus 50. And do we have a minus 51 somewhere? So a minus 50 is my cold spot. Minus 49. 48. Come on. Minus 51. We're looking for minus 51. There's 45, 46, and 47, 48, 49. There's that 50 again right there. What about if we go closer to the low? No, it doesn't look like the low is quite as cold. I'm gonna leave it with a minus 50 there, because that is what we found. So minus 50 in Antarctica, and yeah, I don't think there's anything colder down there right now, unless it's hiding somewhere. But minus 50 in Antarctica. We will see what we can find in Greenland, which is always white. That just confuses me. And all right, we got minus 40 already, and it looks like pretty warm in there. We see those warm sides squeezing in. Let's see if we can find something a little warmer. Or oh, minus 41. right there. And do we have a minus of 42? I don't know if we can find a minus of 42. We did find a minus of 41. Where's a minus of 42? Gotta find that 41 again and zoom in on it. It was in there somewhere. Let's see if we can find something here. Minus 40. Oh, there's that minus of 41. Right there. And if we zoom in all the way, do we find a minus of 42? No, I think I'm going to be stuck with a minus of 41. No 42s in here. Okay, let's leave it as that, minus 41 for Greenland, and we'll see what we can find for the Canadian Arctic. And the Canadian Arctic is always a wonderful place. Can be a real challenge at a time. At times, so let's see what we can find. Not so cold there. We got a minus 43, 45, 46. What if we check in here? A minus of, where is that? 45. We see the 45. We've seen a 46 in here somewhere as well. There it is. And do we have anything colder? Minus 46. Zoom in a little bit more. No. Nope. Only a minus 46. Okay, let's zoom back out and take a look at some of the other spots here. Minus 42. No, that won't work. Minus 40. 38. No, getting warmer over there. Let's go back up a little bit. Minus 40. 45. 43, 44, so far was a minus 46. We need a colder. 41, no, ain't working. Ain't working. What about there? No, that's a pretty warmish. Ooh, what was that? 42 right there. 42, 45. Minus 45, looking for colder than a minus 46. So what do we got? Looking. What about over here? Oh, I see a minus 46 right there. Let's try that area. Minus 47. Okay, and that we're getting there. Minus 47. 46, 44, 42, minus 47 is what we had there. And looking for the cold spots. 43, so far minus 47 is the coldest I have found. But we'll continue looking because we're far from being done. And there's a lot more Canadian north to check. 42, that's not so good. What about up in here? Minus 40s, 39s, no, 41, 43, 44. Oh, 48, 49. 51, 52, minus 52, do we get a 53, minus 53 right there, looking for a 54, minus 53 is what we've got. Let's see if we can find a minus 54 in that area. minus 53 is there, but let's go for a minus 54. Maybe around that lake. Nope. Minus 53 is our cold temp so far. And 46, 47. 46, 47. Let's zoom in there a little bit. And look, we don't see anything colder. Let's see, minus 46, 45, no, minus 40. Minus 53 we got, so let's see if we can find something a little colder. Minus 40s, starting to warm up as soon as you get north to the water areas there. And I think I'm going to have to live with a minus 53 from the looks of things. And minus 53 is... What about in these islands up top here? Some of them have cold spots too. There's a minus 47. Do we see anything colder along there? Minus 47. 46, 45. Nope. 45. Okay. I don't know. What about over here? No. Some of these islands, 41, 42, no. I think I'm going to have to live with that minus 53 that I found for our Canadian north of the Arctic. Now let's go to the cold place. We can find Siberia. Siberia. Minus 49 already. That is a mighty chilly. So let's take a look in that area. Minus 49. And nope, getting warmer on those sides. And we will find something a little chillier. What's it there? Minus 45. That's almost t-shirt weather for those guys. 43. No, let's zoom back out and look on the other spots. 45. 46. 48. 46. 47. Oh, 51. I seen. Minus 49, minus 51. Okay, and so a minus 51 so far for our cold temp there. And let's go along this river. There's some more minus 51s there. What about down here? No. Minus 50. Minus 51 so far is a low that we've got. Let's see if we can find something going up that river. Up the river with a frozen canoe, a minus 52. And let's see, anything colder? Minus 52 degrees. And there we minus 53 degrees right there. Minus 53. Anything better or colder? No. Minus 53 so far. And starting to really warm up over there. Alright, minus 53. Minus 47 right there. Let's see. Yeah. Something colder in this area? No. Usually somewhere around here we find some really cold stuff. So minus 53 is what we had so far. So let's see if we can find something a little colder. There's a minus of 49. If we go zoom in on that, take a look. A 47. Oh, minus a 50. Got to beat a minus of 53. So 46 minus 47 again. Nope, nope, nope. Not working. Minus a 48. 45. 49. And let's see. So far, not getting too far. Minus a 53 is the best we could see so far. And let's see, nothing up that river. No, what about this one? Minus a 42. 42, nope. What about up here? Sometimes I get something around that little hook. No, minus a 44. That's pretty balmy. And a 48. 49. Let's check on the other side here. 46, 47. 49 right there. We zoom into that area. 45, 47, 48, 46, 47, 49, 50, 51. We had a minus of 53 I gotta beat, so there's that 53 again. And right there, minus a 53. Minus a 54 right there. Let's see if we can find something colder. Oh, I see a minus a 55 right there. And minus a 55. That's a very, very cold. Oh, I seen a minus a 56 in here. Where is it? Oh, minus a 55. Minus a 55. Well, I think I'm going to be stuck with a minus a 55. I don't see anything colder, so we will do it as that. A minus a 55 is what we found for the cold spot. So hopefully SO2 didn't beat me there. 53, 52, 53. Go a little further out. 52s, 53s. We had a missed 55. So let's see where we need a colder. Come on. What about up these little rivers? 52s. No. Well, we had a minus a 55 on the screen. I think that is where I'm going to have to give up. And that is over on that side, so that's pretty bizarre. So, yep, I'm going to leave it as that, a minus a 55, and I don't see anything colder. So we will leave it as there. What? It's a tie? Oh, wow, I didn't realize we tied. Oh, wow, you're still streaming. One Fish 26, I'm just wrapping it up. So we are finished. Nearly 4 hours. Yep, and that is pretty much it. Sue says, okay, minus a 50 in the Antarctic, 41 in Greenland, and 52 in Arctic. Oh, I thought I had, yeah, I had 53 in the Arctic. So tied in the 2, and then I beat her in the 1, and she got me in the other one. All right, Doc beat me in Canadian Arctic. Well, there you go. Sue, I beat you by 1 degree there, and you whooped me by 1 degree in Siberia. And that is excellent. All right, let's unzoom that. And let's, because that's so cold, I need warm lava. There, we'll put it back on the warm lava. Let's see if we can go live with this again and see if they are able to stream. Yes, they are. They are live. So 1440. Yep, that works. So back to Halamaumau crater in Kilauea volcano, and OneFish26. Good to see you. Anyway, that's it for today, ladies and gentlemen. Our wonderful show, and thank you everyone for being here. Love doing this, and very, very awesome. Thank you everyone for hitting that like button. You guys are great in that way. Also, for those wonderful people who subscribed and joined us, and you guys are also awesome. And a big thank you to our wonderful Grandma B for the $5 super chat, and Sharon Stewart for gifting the 10-pack of memberships, 1-month memberships for those good people. And I see 9 of those memberships were handed out. Maybe 1 more will go, but that is it for today. And thank you everyone for being here. Do appreciate all of you. And big thank you to every one of the members and every one of the Lava family. Just, you know, in general, you guys are great people, and thank you very much all for being here. Also, big thank you to our moderators: Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, Joseph Fields, Texas, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, and a few others that might have been hiding in the background. On those notes, big thank you also to Sue and Sharon Stewart for helping out with the game here at the end, and also Sue for providing the extra information. I know I didn't read over that. I am going to do that right now, though. That way we can end it with at least not letting that information go to waste. So for those who did not see, we did have some emissions from Chevalush at emissions continuing to 13,000 feet or 4,000 meters at 1800 or 1850. Possible eruption to 13,000 feet from 10 a.m. Fuego volcanic activity emissions observed at 17,000 feet, 5,200 meters at 1715, and with a possible stuff to 17,000 at 3 a.m. Popo Akate Paddle occasional emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters at 1530. Also emissions to 20,000 feet at 4 a.m. Semeru also had a separate okay, I got the separate email. Yeah, we looked at Semeru, 17,000 feet, 5,200 meters, 6:45 a.m. Suwanosejima erupted to 6,000 feet, and that would have been about 2,000 meters at 10:45. Sabancaya undetectable at 7 a.m. And then Cotopaxi, we already covered its eruptions earlier. Ibico eruptions to 12,000 feet at 5:20 a.m. And Carinci also 13,000 to 13,000 feet or 4,000 meters at 1 a.m. So lots of those emissions happening, and we'll leave at that. That should be all right. Let's see. Tara, thank you. Hi, hugs, Doc. I'm still here for you. Excellent, Tetra. Thank you, Tetra. Good to have you on board. Thank you for renewing that membership, and that is awesome. And all cool. So excellent, everyone. Thank you again to our mods, to the Lava family, and to all the good people that are lurking, and everyone else. Really, I do appreciate all of you. And on those friendly notes, it's time to wrap it up. And I think I'm going to have a little snack, and then I'm going to end up having a nap for an hour or so. So I am feeling a little bit tired today. I don't know why, but it should be all good. Hey, I see Gary there. Thank you, Doc, and all for visiting. Thanks. And Doc, thanks for the great stream today. See you all. See you, Lava Lovers, tomorrow. And yes, remember, tomorrow's Monday. Stream back to weekday times, and that'll all be good. So keep smiling, be happy, take care of yourselves, take care of your family, take care of others, and please be kind. And most of all, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Good night, good day, good afternoon, or good evening. Oink, oink.